Okay, guys, take your books, turn to page 263. Page 263 is where we are at, and let me very quickly go over what will go on tomorrow. Tomorrow, you have your verse quiz, which our verse quiz tomorrow is over what verse? Romans 5:8. Romans 5:8 is your verse quiz tomorrow, so make sure you are prepared and ready for that. Your bonus tomorrow, give you quite a bit extra that you can get, but it may be a little bit harder. It is the books of the Old Testament. Okay, so the books of the Old Testament, write those down. As always, spelling does not, I'm not taking off for spelling, but it has to be where I can tell what you are writing. So as long as you get it close enough, then you are good. But that will again give you, let's see what I think I told you if you get all of them right, you get 25, right? And then the rest of them are half a point apiece. So it give you a little bit extra if you get all of them right. So that gives you a chance to get a 125 tomorrow. And then of course your field notes should be a very, very easy 100 tomorrow. Like I said earlier this week, you only have 5 grades remaining for this class. You will have the 2 this week, and then you will have 3 next week. So let's make sure to finish out strong there. Any questions on what we have tomorrow, or even to the end of the year? Are there any questions on that? I want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Okay, good. Let's go ahead. We're on page 263. We're going to try to get through quite a bit today, and we'll write these in here. Do make sure your hoods are down, masks are on, and that will help us there. I think you guys already wrote these in. Paul is writing to the church in Corinth. There are problems at the church, and these are a few of the problems that he mentions. They were arrogant. They did not really think that Paul was ever going to come back, so they were just going to do their own thing. They allowed immoral relationship between church members, and they were actually proud of it. They were saying, hey, look at us. We're a church that we're okay with this. We know it's wrong, but we're just going to let this happen in our church, and Paul's going to rebuke them for that. He answers questions for them. And by the way, let me say this. It is a good idea when you have questions to go to somebody for counsel. Today I'm going to talk to a pastor friend of mine. I have a question for him. Go to get counsel. I will say this though. Go to get counsel from not just from people you know are going to agree with you. Like, that's one of the problems we often have, is we like to surround ourselves with people that are just going to agree with us. So when we go to counsel, we will only go to people that we know they're going to be okay with what I say. That's not really getting counsel. That's just going to somebody for just to reaffirm your opinion. So go to people and honestly ask them for their advice in this. And this is what they're doing here. They misused and abused the Lord's Supper, or the Lord's table. When we talk about the Lord's Supper, the Lord's table, what are we talking about here? Bella, did you raise your hand, or was that a raise and then a back down? Okay, all right. Here's what we're talking about, right? I'm sure many of you have had this at your church. And many times, some churches do it every week, some do it every month, some do it every other month. All it is the Bible never says how often to do it. It does. In our church here, we don't do it every week, and I don't think there's a problem with doing it every week. It's just, if you do something every week, it almost becomes more like a tradition, and it doesn't really become special. But if you can keep it and make sure that during that time you're focusing on the right things every week, then by all means, if that's what your church does, there's nothing wrong with that. But here's what was going on here. Oh, the Lord's Supper. What it is it is a time, it's set up in the Last Supper with Jesus, where he said, take, eat, this is my body which is broken for you. So usually you'll have like a bread or something like that. I don't know what your church has that you guys take for communion. We used to, in my church growing up, have like this disgusting little like wafer thing. I mean, it just did not taste, it almost like chalk type thing or something like that. I mean, here we actually have somebody in the church that makes the bread, so it's a little bit better. But you have that, and what are you supposed to do during that time? First, before the Lord's Supper, you're supposed to examine yourself, because there's actually going to be a warning here that some have. If I'm not right with God and I'm partaking in this, that's a serious matter. This is a time for me to examine myself, and not a time for me to examine you. Like, okay, we're taking the Lord's Supper. Well, you know what? They should not partake right now because I know they're not right with God. They're not. No, that has nothing to do with it. That's between them and God and between you and God. And you want to make sure that you're right with God. Then what you do is you partake of it because you're remembering, you're focusing on what Jesus did. But you know what? Can anybody give me things that are set up to remember? What are things that are set up to remember? We will celebrate one coming up in July. What is the big holiday in July? July 4th. What is that set up to remember? Independence Day, right? Maybe that's what you guys will hear it called, Independence Day. Now, let's be honest though. Let's be honest. How much focus really goes on Independence Day, on the Revolutionary War? How much focus do you really think happens that day in your life and in mine? Not very much, right? I mean, you wake up in the morning and you are going to partake of a tradition unlike any other. The Nathan's hot dog eating contest. How many of you, anybody ever watched that before? You guys have never seen that before? You guys have never seen, oh my. You've got to watch it at least once in your lifetime. Okay, how many have seen it before? 4 people? Guys, do you guys know what it is? Oh my! We may just have to watch it in here. All right, just for educational purposes. Let me tell you what it's going to be. It's in New York, I believe it is, and it's a hot dog eating contest. And girls, so that you don't feel left out, there is a girls division and a guys division. And first off, you got to listen to the announcers. They're amazing. They are talking about these people as if they are the top athletes in the world. And how do they train for this event? And how do they, all of this. And then you're going to watch something that you have never seen in your life, something quite like this. Because there will be a table sitting before them. And there will be a plate over here with hot dogs and hot dog buns. And then over here will be cups of water, different things like that. And you will see these people with lightning fast speed reach over. And they are going to take the hot dogs and eat like 2 or 3 of them at a time. And they're taking the bun and like dipping it into the water and then just throwing it in their mouth. And I believe, let me check this because this is important for you to know. I mean, this is life-changing. Let me see the record for hot dogs eaten. I believe it's 10 minutes that they give them. Record for hot dog eating contest. Well, you didn't give me the record. Ooh, there's a Hall of Fame for this as well. Wow, that's something you guys could always shoot for right there. It's not giving me the... All right, hold on. I don't want to leave you hanging now. Okay, there we go. The reigning champion, Joey Chestnut, holds the world record for most hot dogs eaten. I believe this is 10 minutes. 73 hot dogs. 73 hot dogs. That is the equivalent to 16 pounds. 16 pounds. Consumed 12,000 calories. 12,000 calories in 10 minutes right there. I mean, this is but let me tell you about those of you that have not seen Joey. Most of these people, you would think they are like some of the biggest people in the world. That is not the case. They are, if you were to see them walking down the street, you would never think that they are, they call themselves professional eaters or something like that. Like I mean, it's fascinating. But anyways, July 4th, you begin that day doing something like that. And then you go to, how many of you spend time with family? Guys, nobody should be talking. Let's make sure we're doing what's right here. All right, you guys go to family, right? Maybe you have a cookout. Maybe you're doing like hot dogs, hamburgers, stuff like that. And then hopefully, I don't know, last year we didn't. I doubt this year we'll be able to as well. Fireworks, right? I mean, when you think of July 4th, that's one of the first things that comes to my mind, right? You're going to go watch fireworks at the end of the night. I used to love... It's not the same here because here you can't really just buy fireworks and light them off because you could light like the whole state on fire, and so they frown on that. But growing up in Indiana, I mean, you'd have tons of fireworks. I bet all of us, right? all throughout the night, July 4th, you've got somebody lighting fireworks off and stuff like that. I shouldn't even tell you. I actually did go talk to some of my neighbors last year because it was right after we had to evacuate our home last year. I don't remember if you guys did or not, but we had to. There was several fires. One was right behind us, and the police actually came by and are like, "Hey, you guys need to get out of here." All this stuff, right? And it was a few days later. I think it's July 4th, and then there's like people lighting off fireworks, and I'm like, maybe this isn't the time to really. I mean, they came close to us last time. Maybe this isn't the time to bring it right here. But that's what we think of July 4th, right? Probably most of us don't spend time thinking about, wow, how this country was formed. Because you know what happens on a day that's set aside to remember something? We often substitute something else in there. Christmas Day, right? No. Christmas Day is originally set aside for us to remember the birth of Jesus Christ. But when we go back and remember Christmas days, we're often thinking about maybe presents that we gave or that we received. We're thinking about time with family. We're thinking about traveling somewhere. All these things. So the Lord's Supper, what can be very easy is we become distracted on what it truly is supposed to, it's set up to do. What was happening right here is they were taking the Lord's Supper, and here's what they were doing. They're eating, but they have different sections. Here's the section for the people with more money. Here's the section for the people with not a lot of money. Here's the section for Jewish people. Here's the section for Gentiles. And they were making all, and Paul's like, that's not what the Lord's Supper is for. So what is his theme here? The theme of this book is unity. Guys, do make sure you have your mask on. You got to leave those on all of class, all right? Unity. And he's going to set out an idea of how we have unity. Could somebody give me your definition of the word unity? It's not just a spiritual term at all. You would say a team would need unity or different things, but what would you say is a definition for that word unity? Cody? United together, okay? Anybody else? What would your definition, just of this word unity, what would your definition be? Everybody working together? Everybody having the same goal? Listen, if you're on whatever team. Anybody playing a sport right now? What sports do we have being played right now? Baseball? Kayla? Softball? Okay. Probably the sports you have to have the least amount of unity, besides just individual sports, because really it's you out there on your, I mean, you got to have unity. You got to have everybody on the same page, but maybe let's take a team sport give me a team sport you have to have unity for that you would think of. Yeah. Volleyball. Okay, volleyball. You're supposed to be setting it up, right? You can't have one person, I've seen this sometimes, you have one person running all over the court and basically knocking other people out of the way so they can get the ball. That's not really unity. You may get the ball back a few times, but you're never going to be able to really set everything up. Volleyball is a good example. Hockey. I can't give you a lot of details about hockey and how unity is important because I don't know a lot about hockey. But I do know that I enjoy when they fight. No, I'm just joking. No, hockey's a great sport as well. You do have to have a lot of unity in hockey as you are going there. Basketball, football. What happens on a basketball team if you have 5 people that are only concerned with how many points they score? It's not going to work out very well. Because instead of making the extra pass, instead of getting the good shot, they're just coming down and chucking it up. Because they're like, I want more points. It always concerns me. And here's how you know. I always hated this when people would do this. At the end of the game, when they're more concerned about going over and checking their stats than they are about what actually happened in the game, you're like, come on, guys. It's the only stat that really matters is what's up there on the board right now that everybody can see. Right? Unity. How can Christians have unity? Well, first off, we have the same goal to follow Christ. In any sport, what should your goal be? To win. I mean, that's your goal, to get better, to win. And so when you are a Christian, our goal is to follow Christ, not men. Not only that, what are some other things? Do not associate with immoral people. Do not allow them to remain in church. This is a serious matter. There is something called church discipline, where if somebody comes to the church and they're a member of the church and they're going to live in sin and not want to change that, the Bible does talk about not having them be a part of the church family. That's a serious issue. It's one that is often not addressed today, but it's something that has to be addressed. Another thing we're supposed to do is to help the weaker brother, not judge the weaker brother. Help the weaker brother. Now you're like, well, wait, hold on. How can I have people say, hey, you got to leave the church because you're in sin, but then help the weaker brother? It's this. If I see there's something wrong and I'm going to come and I'm going to, and when you look at basically the sin that was going on, there was a guy that was, I'm trying to think right now, he was living with his mother-in-law. That's what's going on here. And the church is like, hey, look how progressive we are. Sounds like today, right? Look how progressive we are. We're going to accept this and it's going to be okay with us. And Paul's like, no, that's not okay. That's sin. And so we have to call out sin, but we have to do it in the right way here. Work on pleasing others. Oh, this is important. When my goal in life is for me to be pleased, I will always be unhappy. I mean, let's just be honest. Because what does it take to ever fully please you? I mean, once you're fully pleased, then there's always something else that you want. I mean, we're never just naturally satisfied. We never are. We always are looking for more. We're always wanting more, and we've got to be careful on that. When I go out, if I'm looking for somebody to please me, I'm never going to be happy because they're never going to do exactly what I want them to do. Because they're not robots. I just want to please other people. Use your gifts to work together. Here's one of the beauties of a church, of the church that you're a part of. Each one of you are gifted differently. Some of you in here, you may be a part of your church's music team. Maybe you sing in a group, maybe you sing, maybe they have a choir, maybe you are part of the worship team. Let me tell you something, I will never be asked to do those, okay, because that is not my gift. I cannot sing very well, but God has gifted some of you that way. God has gifted some of you in ways where you will be able to use your gifts. People, their car in the church breaks down, and already some of you know how to help, and you can help them with their vehicle. I can't. God's gifted you that way. He hasn't gifted me that way. Understand, here's what we do. We pick some gifts and say they're better than others, but God doesn't. God says everybody works together, and actually 1 Corinthians is a great example of it because it talks about your body and talks about how every member of your body is important. How one member, I mean, you think of members of your body that are important. A lot of times we don't necessarily think of our toes, but you stub your big toe one night walking around, you're going to realize how important that member of the body is because that hurts. Just little things. It hurts, and every member is important, and every member must work together. 1 Corinthians is a great example of who, does the foot say to the hand, well, because I'm not the hand, I'm not important. Everything works together. Some of the most important parts of the body, you're never going to, well, hopefully, see your heart. You're never going to see that. Right? You're never going to look down and, oh, there's my heart. So I can see my hand, but I don't see my heart. But let's just be honest, the heart's fairly important, isn't it? I mean, every member of the body's working together. Some of you, maybe you've had issues before where you've had to have maybe a surgery on a kidney or something like that. And those are members of the body that we're like, well, is that really that important? But when you have a problem, it's really important. They all need to work together. And that's what the body of Christ is like, all working together. Have mutual concern for each other. Listen, I need to be concerned about you. I need to care about you. That's what a church family is all about. A big one, love each other. 1 Corinthians 13 is known as the love chapter of the Bible. If you ever wonder what love is, go to 1 Corinthians 13 and you know what you find out? Love is not words, love is action. It lists, hey, if I do all these things, but without love, it doesn't mean anything. Love is motive. Why are you doing it? Listen, sometimes I can serve other people, but I'm serving other people because it's like a politician. They're doing something because they want your vote. They don't really care about you. They want your vote. Now, I'm not saying that all politicians, but I think you know what I'm saying. There's sometimes where people just do things because they want you to vote for them. That should not be the case in a church. Be orderly in worship. These are all things that go on in 1 Corinthians. So that's 1 Corinthians. Let's get through 2 Corinthians really quick. Joy in ministry. 2 Corinthians, put this down. This is your next box over there. So page 267. 267. I'm getting old. There for a minute I couldn't see if that was 267 or 287. This is what happens when you get old. All right, 267. Letter from Paul and Timothy, the church of God at Corinth, to all the saints throughout Achaia. So Paul and Timothy are working together. They write this letter. He's going to let them know that he is coming to them soon. That is the plan here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to skip that one. Some of it is very similar to what we talked about. We're going to skip some of them here because we are running out of time. I want to go to the book of Galatians, so go to 271. 271. This is Galatians. Great book here, little book. Sent by Jesus. This letter from Paul. He's going to say, hey, this is coming from Jesus, from God the Father. By the way, it's important that we understand when we read the Bible, it is God's Word. And this is what Paul is trying to address to the churches in Galatia. By the way, there's not a city called Galatia. Galatians is like an area. So there were many churches that this letter would be written to. It's the modern day area of like Turkey. But a lot of time, like Corinth is a city. But when this letter here to Galatians is to the area of Galatia. And so there were several churches that were involved here. So he writes to them because there's a problem that comes up. He writes to the churches of Galatia. And here's what the problem was. They were turning to a different gospel. Paul has come in. He's started many of these churches. And now word is getting back to him that these churches are now beginning to believe. And it's going to be called another gospel. We're going to look in this book as far as what that means. But they were basically adding on to what Paul had taught. They're basically saying, hey, you guys, yeah, you need to believe in Jesus. But then you need to do this as well. Which is a big problem even today. Yeah, believe in Jesus. But you need to do this as well. And so that's what Paul is going to address in this letter that he is going to write to these churches in Galatia. And today, I mean, people add different things to salvation. Yes, you need to believe in Jesus, but you also need to be a part of the church. Let me give you, I talked to a man that struggled with this. And he was a part of a church that taught this way. And here's what he felt. You believe in Jesus, and that brings you to where you're like if you don't believe in Jesus, it's like you're buried. Okay? Like there's no way that you can get up there to get to heaven. You believe in Jesus, now you come to like ground level. Now your works will get you there. So you've got to believe in Jesus to get to ground level, but it's your works that will get you there. And he believed if you didn't do enough works, you'd spend some time in purgatory, pay that price, and then get up to heaven. You guys heard of purgatory before? Well, what is purgatory? Anybody raise your hand and tell me, Brianna? Yeah, and in between, it's sort of like hell, because you're there paying the price for your sin, and depending on how much you have there, depends on how long you stay there. Catholic Church used this. This was one of the big things that helped spark the Protestant Reformation, because basically what they said, they were trying to work on building a church, they needed money. They said, if you pay money for indulgences, or not indulgences, I forget what the term, if you pay money, then you can help your loved ones spend less time in purgatory. Now, if you look for that in the Bible, you know where you'll find it? Nowhere. It is nowhere in the Bible. Why was it easier? Because hopefully today, if somebody went around and was teaching that, I don't believe that's taught at all today. Why was it easier for people to teach that back then? Not a lot of people could read, and even if they could read, they could not, like if you could read English, the Bible wasn't in English. You had to be able to read Latin. Not only that, remember back then, you don't have a printing press or anything like that. There's not a lot of Bibles. So even if you could read, it wouldn't be like how we have it today where we have several Bibles at home. And that's what the great thing about having Bibles is. That's what you're supposed to do. When you hear something, you're supposed to go to God's Word and verify it with God's Word. And so they couldn't do it back then. That's why a lot of those things were going on. Paul wanted the Galatians to know what his gospel came by revelation of Jesus Christ. Here's what he's saying, guys. This is where it came from. I'm not making this up. This is not my own plan. This came from Jesus Christ. Do make sure that you guys have your masks on, all right? Gospel came by revelation of Jesus Christ. And what is the gospel? That we are justified by faith. This was a big, it's actually found in Romans, Galatians, and I forget the other passage. But this phrase, the just shall live by faith. The one in Romans is the one that Martin Luther read, and that's what really spoke to his heart. God used that in his heart to again spark this Protestant Reformation, that it wasn't about all of these other works, it was about faith. The just shall live by faith. So we're justified by faith and by faith alone. Those who believe are the spiritual descendants of Abraham. We are all one in Christ Jesus, and we are free in Christ. So what does this mean? Hey, the Gentiles, of course, can be a part of the church because we all come through Jesus Christ. And once we've come to Jesus Christ, we are free from the law. Because again, what's going on now at this time is they're saying, hey, take the law, take part of the law, and just add it. Jose, make sure your mask is on, sir. But Paul's like, you don't have to add that. It doesn't have to, you're no longer under the law. So what false gospel, false teachers taught Gentiles must become Jews in order to become Christians. So what are they saying? You've got to obey these laws to become a Christian. They were preaching a gospel of works. Here's what they said: believe in Jesus and do this. It's not works that I can do that get me to heaven. So let's look at a term here, Gentiles. And we've already given a definition of this term. It does want you to write it in, so go ahead and write that in there. I believe we've already covered this pretty well. But Gentiles are people who are not of the Jewish nation or religion. So fairly easy. They had different things that you would have to do to convert to Judaism. But Gentiles, people who are not of the Jewish nation or religion. And as we've already seen in this room, that would include every single one of us. Not of the Jewish nation or religion. So we look here in Galatians, and according to these verses, what do we need to do to be right with God? We are right with God by our faith in Jesus Christ. That's what gives us the right standing with God. Guys, this is so important. Can I just say this? Your relationship with God is not based on anything you can do. God's love for you is not based on you. It's not based on, as long as I do this, God loves me. And the minute I don't do this, then God does not love me anymore. That's not true. God loves you right now as much as anybody will. He loves you more than anybody will ever love you. And his love for you does not waver. It is not like I love them at 100% right now. Oh, they disobeyed me. We're going down to 50. That's not how God works. He loves you. The Bible describes it as an everlasting love. It is not going to end. So I don't serve God out of fear that God will no longer love me. I serve God because he loves me. There is a big, big difference in this. I want to serve God because I love him and he loves me, and that's my motivation. My motivation is not serving God because I'm like, man, God's not going to love me today if I don't do this. We feel that way sometimes. You know, we feel like, well, maybe with other people, they don't love me anymore. All of this. That's not the case with God. How do we have the right relationship? By faith in Jesus through Christ, who redeemed us from the curse. And through faith in Christ and being baptized into Christ. Basically, here's one of the best verses in Galatians. I believe it's in Galatians 2. Here's what Paul says, and basically here's the gist of what he says. If you can be saved by works, why did Jesus need to die? I mean, why would he have to suffer if you can be saved by what you do? It wouldn't make sense. He had to suffer and die because you can't be saved by what you do. You can only be saved through Jesus Christ, and that's what this little book is really all about here. He said there's some things that are more important than the Old Testament law. Faith working through love. Loving your neighbor more than yourself. And becoming a new creation. Remember, the Old Testament, there were laws that were set up. The Jewish religious leaders had set up like 600 some laws saying everybody needs to obey. Here's what the Jewish leaders had done, by the way. Here was the line. Like God said, if you do this, this is wrong. And the Jewish leaders were like, okay, that's a law. Let me set up like laws to make it to where this is the line now. That way you never get close to the line of doing what's wrong. We're going to make this the line. What is that? That's a standard. There's nothing wrong with having standards. Each one of you have standards in your life. Your parents have standards for you in your life. Those are good things. But, those need to come from the Holy Spirit. Listen, your standard in your home may be different than my standard in my home. And that's okay. As long as you are allowing the Holy Spirit to guide you in those decisions, that's perfectly fine. But it's all about the fact that it's what He's done. It's not my standard. It's not my rule. It's what He's done. All right, so that's a little bit of the book of Galatians. Tomorrow, your quiz. Looking forward to that. Last few quizzes. And also tomorrow, we only have a few more weeks. So just if you guys have a question about the Bible, only a few more times to take a look at that. So if you got one, we'll talk about that, discuss that tomorrow. You guys can be dismissed to the wonderful, exciting world of, what's next? Science. Why did you have a mean face when you said that? I know. I got to see where I'm going. What exciting is going on today? I can't believe you guys haven't seen the hot dog eating contest.
Okay, good morning, class. DLs, good to see you. Today we have a quiz 30. Why am I hearing the voices of students right now? Thank you. Today we have quiz 31 to take. It is not open book. So DLs, I'm going to interrupt right now, and I want you to take study for a little bit, and then take quiz 31. When we are done here, we'll come back online and we'll continue on with lesson 136. Okay, so quiz 31 today. So go ahead and take that. See you in a little bit. Okay, Deals, welcome back. We finished our quiz, so hopefully you get yours finished. Jezreel, I'll send you a copy. Emily, I'll just go ahead and send you a copy also just to make sure that you have it. Okay? Mia, you should have it. Okay. So. Okay. Yes, ma'am. You can turn in. Yeah. Since you asked. Okay. Bella, let's have a seat, please. Okay. Oops. Let me go over here. Praying real hard that we can have our own rooms next year. We can have everything set the way we want to set them for the day. Okay? Not dealing with this stuff. Okay. Here we go. A little bit of review. What was the first new planet discovered? Uranus. Uranus. Okay. What planet has a retrograde rotation? Okay. What is the only planet discovered mathematically? Okay. What is an object that orbits the sun, has enough gravity to be a sphere, has not removed certain small objects around its orbit, and is not orbiting around another object? The dwarf planet. Okay. Be more specific. Okay, so we're talking about asteroids, comets, and meteoroids today. A new planet, Ceres. It's the largest asteroid, at least that has been found, okay, discovered. Ceres is classified as a dwarf planet, okay. So, looking at picture on the left shows you what Ceres looks like. In comparison to other moons, this is what it looks like. And planets. You got Mars. Pretty good size. But Mars is one of our smaller planets. You got Mercury, which is smaller than Mars. You got our Earth's moon, which is smaller than Mercury. And then you got Ceres. Look at the contrast between the Earth's moon and Ceres. Okay? And the last one, what is it? Vesta? Yeah, Vesta. Okay? But that just gives you an idea or shows you the size of these things. Okay? But that Ceres is the largest asteroid that's out there, at least that's been found. It's classified as a dwarf planet. Asteroids, by definition, are a stony or metallic object that is smaller than the planets and still orbits the sun. Okay? Just a scientific term for a large rock, a space rock. Number 3. The shape of asteroids, a spherical shape. Okay? Now, does spherical mean total circle? No. It's just in the shape of a circle. Okay? So as you can see on these pictures, these are not spherical objects, but they are clumps, okay? And generally when we think of clumps of something, we think of a round object or a round group of stuff, okay? The size of asteroids, diameters range from a few yards to hundreds of miles. Now, this would be putting them in conjunction with the city, just to give you a perspective of if those asteroids were to hit those cities would be destroyed. Okay? Okay? Those rocks are asteroids. Okay? Now this is I don't think it ever does say what city it is. Okay? I don't think it's not Los Angeles. But there's no other tall towers, so I don't think it's New York. So I was thinking more of Miami or something to that effect down in Florida. Okay? Huh? Yeah, that first word, it's just Metaball Studios is what that is. Okay. Okay, here it is. Well, maybe not. United Kingdom, so maybe this is over in Europe area. Okay. That's what created it, so maybe it's over there. But anyway, doesn't matter which city this is, it just shows you the comparisons or these asteroids to the cities, the sizes of them. The asteroid belt, okay? Because it's bright. Okay? The asteroid belt, it's just a group of asteroids that's located between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. Okay? I really, truly feel bad that you guys didn't get to do the project. So I'll keep that in mind for next year, those of you that are returning. See if we can muster it in somehow. Huh? Okay. Between Mars and Jupiter. Okay, everybody done with 5A? B. You have what's called the Trojan asteroids. These are your group of asteroids that travel in front of and behind Jupiter. Okay? They are in Jupiter's orbit. Nope. They kind of, all three of them go around the same time. Okay? They orbit the sun as well, yes. In Jupiter's orbit, so Jupiter is right in between them. Okay? It's kind of like playing tag all the way around the sun every day, but never winning. Yeah. Okay. Jupiter. Okay. The near-Earth asteroids, or your NEAs, are asteroids located in the inner solar system. Some of them cross the paths of the Earth. Then you have the meteoroids happening. Okay? Because they'll sometimes come into our atmosphere. Now this just gives you a little bit more perspective of the speed of the orbits that is going on out there. And what's out there. Okay? The near-Earth asteroids. Okay? So that's your asteroids. Next is your comets. Frozen travelers. These are just frozen chunks of ice and dust that orbit the sun. So asteroids, by definition, what do we say? Okay. Metallic objects. Okay. Stony or metallic. A comet are frozen chunks of ice and dust. Don't think so. Okay. Even though TV shows show it that way. Letter B. They're basically believed to be intruders invading Earth's atmosphere, or they were believed. So when they saw these coming in, People got startled because they thought we were being invaded by aliens. Okay. Comets are subject to the same orbital laws of motion as anything else in the solar system. Planets. Okay. They have to obey those. Shh. Hey. They have to obey those because that's what God has established. This gentleman, everybody done with C? Does anybody know what number 2 is or who 2 is? Okay. His last name is Haley. That's good. Edmund Haley. He's the one that correctly calculated the orbit of the comet in 1682. Okay. So since he was the first one to discover and calculate it, that's why we call it the Halley's Comet. It was named after him, Edmund Halley, after his death. It's a comet that keeps returning every 76 years. Okay? Any of you seen it yet? I can't remember when the last time it showed itself. I didn't read letter C. So 1986, okay? I didn't see it, but I read about it and saw it on TV and so forth, okay? No, it's not, but it is still the same anyway, okay? But no, I did not see it go across the sky. Not everybody not everybody will see it, okay? Just because of its location that it comes across and where you are. Just like the eclipses, you may not experience total eclipse, but it does happen. But I was alive back then, 1986. It's going to appear next time in 2061. So how old will you guys be?
Well, that's 40 years, so we'll be like 51. Or something, right?
61, 21, so yeah, 40 years. So add 40 years to you. What are you going to be? Your early 50s. Okay? I probably will not see the next one come by. Okay? Chances of it.
Wait, how old are you now?
63. Or will be. Actually will be 63. 62 right now. I'll stick around just for Haley. Yeah. Okay. Okay. A comet's components. First of all, you have the nucleus. It's the heart of the comet. It's 2/3 ice, 1/3 dust. Okay. Okay. Everybody done? Then you have, so all of the, everything we're going to be talking about is on these pictures. So you have the nucleus, you have the coma. This is just the cloud of dust that surrounds the center of the comet, surrounds that nucleus. Okay. So as you can kind of see on the picture where the coma is pointing to, it's just that big haze. Okay. That's one. Then you have, what would be the next one? What would be letter C? The tail. Okay? That's the reflective streamer emitting from the comet. Okay? So you have the nucleus, that's the rock itself. You have the cloud of dust around it, that's the coma. And then what's streaming behind it, and that's what you see coming through the atmosphere of these meteorites of comets, is that tail. You generally don't see the nucleus, okay? You may see reflections of or partial coma, okay? Because you'll see the bright part of it going through the sky. But what you're generally pictured on with your eyes is the tail, because that's what's particling off as it goes through. This is why it forms. This is why you got the tail of the comet forming. Because particles from the coma begin to drift away from the sun. Okay? So it'll be just taking like a ball of sand, throwing it in the wind. The wind's going to break those particles of the sand off, and the sand is going to turn into dust, and that dust is what's creating the tail. And so the tail, the dust, is what you're seeing. Okay? Well, as it's flying through, the wind's hitting the comet, causing the dust to get out, so it's beginning to break apart. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay? Done? No. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Do you need a Band-Aid? Okay. Were you dreaming of it coming in and you were trying to kick it? No? Okay. Okay. So that's why it forms. There's two types of tails. A dust tail. This is a stream of dust particles that reflects the color of the sun and is tinted slightly yellow. And then you have the gas tail, the stream of gas particles that reacts with the charged particles of the solar wind to produce the blue tint. Okay? Now, you have to have probably a microscope or a telescope, excuse me, not a microscope, but a telescope to see these out there, because everything is moving so fast. But here is your gas tail that breaks off from the tail of the comet. Your dust tail is this yellow part back here. The white part is that cloud called the coma. Okay? But generally you wouldn't probably see this with the naked eye. You might at times, if the conditions are perfect enough for you to see it. But you'd most likely have to have a telescope to get this viewed. Okay? Okay. You got 5 minutes left. You can be working on this. Make sure you're getting it done. 10B. Reading pages 308 to 311. 311. And activity 10B is your paper assignment. Okay? What's due tomorrow? Did I assign this yesterday? So 10.3 is due tomorrow. And 10B. Okay. Okay, DLs, did you catch that? Due tomorrow is 10.3 because I assigned it yesterday. And 10B, activity 10B. And reading pages 308 to 311. Okay? So, DLs, I'll put this up here just in case you can see it. 10B, 308 to 311. Deals, have a fantastic day. Watch for the comments. Watch for anything that's flying through the sky. Okay? Yes. Okay? We'll see you later, Deals.
sorry, for those of you distant learning, we are reviewing for our grammar quiz tomorrow. We're on page 184 in the green book, 226 in the blue book, reviewing for adjectives there. Okay, so look at number 7 there. When comparing a person with a group of which that person is a member, use other or else with the comparative. Look at your examples. Grace is better at playing the cello than anyone in the orchestra. Okay, the reason why this is incorrect, look at this. Grace is a member of the orchestra. She cannot be better than herself. So Grace is better at playing the cello than anyone in the orchestra. She's in that orchestra, so you can't compare her to herself. So you have to add, Grace is better at playing the cello than anyone else in the orchestra. Okay, same thing. Gracie is shorter than any person in her family. Okay, the reason why this is shorter, I know a family could be 3 or more, but shorter is than any other person. They're comparing it to the another person there. That's why. Okay, 2 things are being compared, just her to a person, not exactly all her family. Okay, Gracie is shorter than any other person in her family there. Okay, Carter is taller than anyone on the team. Same thing there. Taller than anyone else on the team. You can't compare yourself to yourself, so you need to add anyone other, anyone else. Okay? Number 8, don't omit or take out necessary words in a comparison. Okay? So this is the one where we might struggle with a little bit the most. Okay? So make sure that you are adding something to compare it to. So if you have something like, your income is higher than a dentist, you can't compare the dentist to the income. You're comparing the dentist's income to your income, so you have to say the dentist income. That's illogical there. So make sure that you're adding something to be compared to. If you don't exactly know, if it's confusing, then that's probably something you need to consider. Okay, consider, okay, maybe I need to add something that's being compared. Okay, number 9, this and that to modify singular nouns, these and those to modify plural nouns, fewer with items that can or cannot be counted. Class, what do I use fewer with? Items that can be counted. Okay, less with what? Okay, quantity of a substance or some things that cannot be counted. Okay, for example, milk. Can't count individual milk. You can count the cartons, but not the liquid milk. Okay, so you would say less milk, not fewer milk. Number 11, do not use them as an adjective. Use those instead. Again, pretty self-explanatory, so that'll be all on our quiz tomorrow. Okay, adjective usage. So make sure you study your comparison adjectives, and then avoiding double comparisons and different things like that. Okay, all right, go ahead and put that away. Take out your literature books. I'm going to go ahead and start giving you what you need to know, start knowing for your final, which is on Thursday, I believe. Oops. Yes, literature final is on Thursday. Grammar final is on Wednesday. We'll go over exactly what's on our grammar final after the quiz tomorrow. Vocab final is list 24 and 25, so make sure you guys are studying for that, but we'll go over that after we go over whatever's going to be on our test. All right, go ahead and turn to Unit 10, okay? Unit number 10, that's on page number 300 and, what was that class? 306? 8. Okay? Page 308, okay? Well, 309, obviously, this Psalms 107 is just from the Bible there, okay? 309, you want to know a sea dirge. This was written by Lewis Carroll. Actually, let me try and see if, never mind. Okay, a sea dirge written by Lewis Carroll. Not really a theme there, just obviously we see his opinions on the sea, but you do want to mark the word tone. Okay, tone is the writer's or speaker's attitude toward his subjects, whether that's a serious tone or a sarcastic tone. Yes, Jose? Sorry? No, we're going over what you need to know for the test. Okay, so tone there. Page 311, A Terror of the Deep. No, the author is from here. Okay, different plot there. So at the top of the page, the storyline. We're going to ask some questions from that. And then on page 313, the line to know. With a powerful, swift effort, he can expel the water and air through his funnel and shoot himself backward like a rocket. That's page 313. Talking about which beast class or which monster? The octopus, okay? So with a powerful, swift effort, he can expel water and air through his funnel and shoot himself backwards, okay? Go ahead and look at page number 318. 318. You don't need to know the poem A Horse Would Tire. Okay, page 318. Know the author. Class, who's the author? Okay, John J. Flaherty. Make sure you know the theme there, the result of putting your confidence in earthly possessions, or obviously not anything other than God. The result of putting your confidence in earthly possessions, or the consequences of that. Author there as well. And the storyline of the Titanic as well. Okay, so we should all pretty much be familiar with the sinking of the Titanic, but make sure you guys read over that or start reviewing if you don't remember the details of the story. Page 327, Take Over Bosun. You want to know the author there? Oscar Schizgal. What a last name there. Okay, Take Over Bosun, written by Schizgal there. The theme here is the responsibility of being a leader. How can we apply that in this story? Who can tell me how does that tie in? The responsibility of being a leader. Who is the leader there, class? Who is the leader, the officer? Okay, Snyder, and what was he doing? Okay, so what did the other men do, or what were they trying to make him do? Okay, and then what had he not done in the last 3 days or so? Sleep. Okay, so what happened in the end? Someone give me what happened in the end. Okay, so then what happened? Aaron? Okay, who was that? Okay, so this was on our quiz. How did he handle that responsibility? Some of us just put a gun. Some of us just put, he pointed a gun at the others. Is that handling responsibility, class? I'm going to point a gun at you. That's responsible. Okay? No. You need to explain it. How did he handle it? Like, what was going on there? Brianna? Exactly, because that's how we say the responsibility of being a leader. He took over, and look at that last line there, okay? It says, you sure get to see things different, don't you? He says, when you're the boss man in command and responsible for the rest, you sure get to see things differently. So he had the perspective of being under someone. Obviously, he was thinking about himself. But when you're a leader and you're responsible for other people's lives, it kind of gives you a different perspective. You want to do the right thing there. Okay? So know what that is. The plot there, the author, the theme, the responsibility of being a leader. Page 330, Amy Carmichael wrote The Shell. Amy Carmichael wrote The Shell. Has anybody written the theme for this yet? Does anybody know? Good. Man's emptiness versus God's fulfillment. Okay, how do we apply that to here? How do we apply this theme? Just saying, you guys need to know how to apply things, okay? Okay. So how do we apply that to our lives? There you go. Okay. In order to be filled with the Holy Spirit, what first must we do? What should we empty ourselves out of? Okay. What kind of sins? Okay. Bad sins. All of them. Okay. Specifically, maybe something that you're struggling with. Pride. Okay. Maybe you're struggling with something else that obviously none of us know about, but that's what you have to empty yourself out with in order to be filled with the Holy Spirit. What is being compared to the Holy Spirit here? The shell? Good, okay. Page number 331, you need to know that Benet wrote Clipper Ships and Captains. No theme here, just the author. It is looking back, but we don't need to know that one. Okay. Page number 332, who wrote to Repel Borders? Good. Okay. Know the plot of this story, who the boys were, and what were they doing, okay, why were people mad at them, different things like that, okay. Page number 335, a line to know. Now that you've had your adventure, do you feel any better? Okay, now that you had your adventure, do you feel any better? That is on page 335, the second to the last paragraph there, so make sure you know that, okay. The theme would be Adventure on the Sea, but again, you don't need to know how to apply the theme to this story. Just know the plot of this and some questions to answer about it, okay? Page number 337, The Wreck of the Hesperus. Just know that it was written by who class? Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The theme of this would be a tragedy caused by pride. I don't think we discussed this one in class, so we'll go over it tomorrow along with The Fisherman. But The Wreck of the Hesperus, written by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Theme would be tragedy caused by pride. And then page 338, the line to know there. Okay, like a sheeted ghost, the vessel swept towards the reef of Norman's Woe. Okay, that's the last line on page 338, the last two lines. Like a sheeted ghost, the vessel swept towards the reef of Norman's Woe. Okay, again, remind me to discuss this tomorrow so that you guys at least have some kind of context for it. Okay, page 340, you just need to know the fact that John Greenleaf Whittier wrote The Fisherman. Okay, author of The Fisherman. No themes there, just the author. Okay. Page number 342. Page 342. Who wrote Jabberwocky, class? Lewis Carroll. The line to know there. 'Twas brillig and slithy toves did gear and gimble in the wabe. That's line number 1 and 2, as well as 25 and 26. Okay. 'Twas brillig and slithy toves did gear and gimble in the wabe. We know that Lewis Carroll was famous for making up words and, that would give them meaning and would actually make sense. Know the term onomatopoeia, which is what, class? Let's read it together. Ready, begin. Using words which sound like what they mean. Okay, so make sure you mark onomatopoeia. Every dog should own a man. Know that it was written by who, class? Corey Ford. Okay, you don't need to know the theme here, but know the line to know there. Punishment should be meted out sparingly, and then only in cases of deliberate disobedience. More can be accomplished by a reproachful look than by flying off the handle. That is on page 344. Okay, page 344, if you guys look right across the paragraph, it's in the middle of that paragraph there. Okay, Corey Ford is an author to know, so make sure you know him. The Land of Storybooks was written by whom, class? Robert Louis Stevenson. No theme there, just the author. Okay, know the definition of a limerick, class, which is what? Okay, that was really pathetic. Okay, it's right there in our book, page 347, the definition of a limerick. Ready, begin. Oh my goodness. Okay, just know what a limerick is. Okay, don't need to know the Golden Fleece on page 348 all the way up to page 3. Aren't you glad I didn't make you read this one? Page 362. Page 362. So you don't need to know that. Okay, but page 363, Little Boy Blue was written by whom, class? Eugene Field. Okay. You don't need to know the theme. That won't be on your test, but it is loyalty, obviously talking about his toys, but just the author for Little Boy Blue. Okay, page 364, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Who was that written by? Good, Washington Irving, and then the plot from this. Okay, and that'll be the last thing that you need to know is the plot from The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. And then the author, which was Washington Irving. No line to know from this story. And no theme to know. But the theme of this one would be obviously the reality versus imagination, because what was he really caught up in, class? Okay, look at the very beginning, intro. Okay, this classic tale is often thought of as a ghost story, but is really not about ghosts at all. It is a humorous character sketch of a superstitious schoolmaster who's what, class? Okay, so he had a great imagination. He was very superstitious, so he had really an unwholesome fascination with anything ghosts, goblins, anything like that. So that was why, obviously, he was super scared when people were chasing him and things like that. So make sure you know the plot, the author, and that'll be for your test on Thursday. Okay? So I gave you all that you need to know. Make sure you're starting to study now, because next week you're going to have obviously other finals in different classes and my class. So you have a lot on your plate. So make sure that you don't procrastinate and get to work now. Okay? And again, it'll pay off by Friday when we all have breakfast together and have a good time. Okay? But let's work hard before then. Okay? Breakfast. All right. Go ahead and take out, last but not least, your vocab. Okay, your vocab. Let's turn to list 24. Tonight for homework, you are doing list 25 words 2 times, but let's review. Actually, let's go over our list 25 words twice, and then we'll review our lists tomorrow. Okay, so list 25, let's go over the words, some commonly misspelled words. Jose, go ahead and open your book, please. To list 25. All right, so let's read through these together. List 25, we're not obviously doing affect or effect because, girls, that's not on your list, but then you're just go ahead and cross out encyclopedia as well, okay? All right, let's go starting with number 2, skipping number 1 and 7. Ready, begin. Audience, Christian, coming, controversy, curious, existent, ideally, interest, lonely, mere, parliament, personal, personnel, prepare, prominent, revel, studying, synonymous. Okay? Who can tell me the differences between personnel, A-L, and then personnel, N-N-E-L? What did you say? Okay, personal, like my personal things. Okay, personal would be dealing with what? Okay, possession maybe, dealing with maybe something that's close, like your personal space, something like that, okay? Who can tell me what personnel is, N-N-E-L? Okay, a type of people that what? Chase? Good, okay, like an employee there. All right, so make sure you know the differences between those two. What is number 12? Class, what is mirror? Okay, I think even if you say reflection, people think of like mirror. You know what I mean? So what is mirror? Sorry? Okay, not very much of something. Awesome. It's like the smallest, the slightest, like mere something. Okay, it's like a little bit of something. Okay, so make sure you know what that is when I use that in a sentence or give you that. Something else that might be tricky for us is number 13. For those, it's parliament. Okay, it's spelled parliament, but it is pronounced parliament. What's a parliament, class? Okay, government where? In England, Canada, okay, all the different things like that. Okay, I think Canada has a parliament. I'm not exactly sure. Okay. Prominent. Okay, E-N-T, not A-N-T. So make sure you guys are looking over that. So list 25 and 24 will be on your test on Tuesday. Okay, so we didn't have a quiz over list 24 yet, so make sure that you are studying both. So tonight, study list 24, but you also are writing your words from list 25, but then make sure you guys are studying now, like I just said. And then you guys, I think that's it for today. So just sit tight before we're dismissed. I'll let you know when we're dismissed, just a few more minutes, okay? But you guys can go ahead and start working on your spelling homework if you want to, okay? So list 25, words twice. Make sure you're studying for your literature. And then remember, we have a grammar quiz tomorrow.
All right, welcome to Pre-Algebra. We are on page 407. Page 407, we're talking about experimental probability. This is the last lecture of testable material for this school year, for this class. So make sure you're paying attention, and let's get going. Recall that the probability of a single event is found by dividing the number of successful outcomes by the total number of possible outcomes. Since the number of successful outcomes is what is expected to happen, this probability is something we call a theoretical possibility. This is when every outcome is assumed to be equally likely. Okay? Here's the problem with that. In real life, people have preferences. Okay? People will choose certain things. So you can't just assume that every ice cream flavor is equally likely to be chosen. Like, you just can't assume that. Because people have preferences. Okay? So even if you have a, random selection of thing, okay, that, yes, everything is equally likely. Like if you had a spinner in front of your shop, yes, that would be equally likely. But you're going to have people who want what they want. Okay? So you have to do this through what we call experimental probability. This is a probability based on what is observed. Consider the possibility that a randomly selected 8th grader will choose a ham sandwich from a selection of ham, peanut butter, and jelly sandwiches. I just completely misread the tone of that sentence. Okay. Selection of ham, peanut butter and jelly, and tuna sandwiches. I like how they clarify PB and J in parentheses. All right. It would not make sense to assume each sandwich option is equally likely to be selected, 33, 33, and 33%. Instead, we would have to use a survey because not everyone is going to prefer ham in the same way that they would prefer peanut butter and jelly and the same way that they would prefer tuna. Does that make sense? Because there are some people who are just not going to like some of them at all and never touch it ever. Okay? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on I don't like any of them, so we're moving on. It's okay. It's adequate. It's fine. All right, we're moving on. So, if it were found that 20% prefer ham, 50% prefer PB&J, and 30% prefer tuna, it would then be assumed that there is a 20% chance that the randomly selected 8th grader will select a ham sandwich. Okay, you have to take into account people's preferences. We do this through what's called a frequency table. Let's say I surveyed 30 8th graders, okay? And I found that 6 of them would normally choose ham, 15 would normally choose PB&J, and 9 would choose tuna, okay? This is what we call a frequency table because it shows the frequency that each thing is selected, okay? How often. So that's the reason for that. Frequencies tables can be displayed either vertically or horizontally. I only have the vertical version on the screen because it's preferred to me. You could see an example of the horizontal ones on page 407. Let's see here. Notice that we do include a total. Okay, that's to double check our math. Okay, if you knew you surveyed 30 students and your numbers don't add up to 30, you did something wrong. Okay, that's just a basic math thing there. Now, frequency tables provide only the frequency for each outcome. To identify the option a random student is most likely to choose, each frequency can be written as a relative frequency, ratio of number of times an outcome has occurred according to the total number of outcomes. In other words, I would do 6 out of 30, and that would give me 0.2. Does that make sense? I would do 15 out of 30, which is half, so 0.5. 9 out of 30 would give me 0.3. When I add them all up, I should get 1 because that's how probabilities work. Okay, does that make sense? So we can use this to say, okay, it's likely that 20% of them would choose ham, 50% would choose PB&J, and 30% to choose tuna. Normally you would do something like this after the first one, yes? I mean, you could just as easily use percents. Does that answer your question? For relative frequency, yes. So frequency tables are just number of responses versus number of people. Relative frequency says that if I were to survey however many students, this percent would say this. Does that make sense? So it's telling us the actual probability. Anyway, it should really equal 1 because they have to choose one of them. Unless someone just doesn't eat that day. Yeah, okay, moving on. All right. Relative frequencies are also useful in making comparisons. For example, let's say we also surveyed the 12th graders, and there were 40 of them. Okay, not here. Okay, let's assume we did that. Okay, I kind of combined the frequency tables for the sake of space. Okay, if I just look at the numbers, we would see that more seniors chose PB&J than 8th graders. But that's because there's more seniors. So it actually tells us nothing. By using relative frequency tables, we can determine based on group to group the likelihood of each thing. So you'll notice that more seniors prefer ham and tuna than they prefer PB&J. Does that make sense? Okay. Relatively. There's a relative increase in ham and tuna and a relative decrease in PB&J, despite there being more responses for PB&J. Okay. So this is the benefit of relative frequency tables. So example 8.8 says, for the following situation, create a frequency table and a relative frequency table. So the frequency table is there on the left. We write our labels. We write the frequencies. So 17 barbecue, 14 plain, 8 cheese, 11 other, and total it's 50. And then to create relative, we just take 17 over 50 and we get 0.34, 14 over 50, and so on. Does that make sense? Pretty straightforward? Cool. Now, we can use two-way frequency tables, which basically tells us two things at the same time. So, for example, if we were to determine, if we were to ask, I think this is still 8th grade, I don't remember. I don't know, a group of students, whether they prefer milk chocolate or dark chocolate. You'll notice white chocolate's not on here because that's not chocolate, but we're moving on. That's a scam. All right, anyway. So milk chocolate or dark chocolate, but we also were curious to find out the breakdown between boys and girls, which one would prefer which kind, okay? So we can do this using a two-way frequency table, okay? So we have, if it's a boy who says milk, we put it in that column. If it's a girl who says dark or milk or whatever, we put it in the appropriate column. Does that make sense? Okay, we just put it in the appropriate column. You add up everything the boys said, everything the girls said, you should get your same total as if you add up all your milk and dark responses. Does that make sense? Because if not, then you didn't record things correctly somehow. Okay, so that would be a problem. So then we get the grand total. We call the numbers on the right column and the bottom column marginal frequencies because they tell us overall 30 out of 50 students preferred milk to dark chocolate. And overall, there's 28 girls, 22 boys out of the 50, okay? The joint frequencies are the yellow squares, okay, where it's both saying boys who prefer milk chocolate in that first square. Does that make sense? Where it tells us two things at the same time. So this can be useful for comparing different things. And so to make this even more useful, we would make this into a frequency chart, and we would find that on average, okay, girls prefer milk chocolate to dark chocolate out of this group, okay, and that's the important thing about statistics. You have to remember that's of the group surveyed, okay. It doesn't necessarily represent all girls and boys ever. Does that make sense? Okay, you have to consider that. And again, you find it the same way we would find the frequencies in the other one. You take the percentage like you would. All right, does that make sense? Cool. Now, we can make associations between characteristics. That involves finding the percentages. Basically, they're just kind of overkilling what we just said with the frequency tables. So we're done. Homework 8.8, I am only assigning odds. Okay? Evens are not bonus. This is not a review. I'm not grading that. Okay? No, you have another opportunity for bonus in chapter review C. Okay. So homework 8.8 odds, this will be due Monday because that's your next class. Okay, because tomorrow you guys are leaving early. Okay, so keep that in mind. And then if you want to get started on it, chapter 8 review C will be Monday's work. It is 4 pages, so like you may want to get started on it at some point. Odds are assigned, evens bonus on that, just like always. Let me see here, what else is going on next week? Hold on. Don't lose. Hey, guys, quiet. So, Chapter 8 Review C will be Monday's work. And then Tuesday next week, you guys will have quiz 30 over 8.7. Wednesday, Thursday, you guys will have test 8 over Chapter 8 next week. All right? Huh? This is due Monday. Homework 8.8 is due Monday. Chapter Review is due Tuesday. No, we don't have 2 days on the schedule. That's why I'm letting you guys know now. So if you guys want to start it early, you can. Cool. All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
All right, welcome, distance learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Make sure you throw your name in the chat as of now so I can know you're present. No, you should have used it during a 10-minute break. No, you were trying to hide behind there. You should have done it earlier. All right, sit down. All right. All right. Announcement. Shh. Everyone needs to listen. Okay, spring formal is tomorrow. Mr. S would have done most of it. Okay, yes, if you're an in-person student, you must be here in person from 8:30 to 11 to be able to go to spring formal. That is the rule. Okay, if you have a doctor's appointment, an actual doctor's appointment or something, that means you have to have a note. That's any school rule. You're supposed to have a note regardless. Okay, what do you mean if you're late?
So like, you have to be there
Then-
from 8:30.
then
so
you're-
you get there at 8:35 to 8:40.
You have to be there for the majority of the day. If you're tardy to class, then you're just tardy. You're marked down as tardy. Okay, but distant learners as well, you must put your name in the chat on the stream. If you do not, and you're going to spring formal, you will not be allowed to go. So make sure you're paying attention at least tomorrow. Okay, you're paying attention, put your name in the chat, you're present, okay, because you must be present in school and distant learning to be able to go to spring formal. That's kind of like the rule. You're rewarded for being present. You can't not be present and then just go. That's the rule. All right, any questions on that? Yes, sir. You're asking the wrong person, man. Any other questions? Jose, turn around, please. Yes, ma'am.
Can we leave early? Like at 10 instead of 11? 10:50? Maybe to go.
No, you gotta be here for class.
But it's just an hour. Yeah.
I know.
Right now.
Unless it's a doctor's note, no, you're not allowed to.
What are they gonna do if I leave at 10? Say,
Because you'd be missing, since the day's shortened, you'd be missing half the day, so you'd be considered absent. But you're only to be having 3 classes. It's still a majority though. It'd be 33%. That's a large amount.
supposed to be back here by 2, but then they take pictures.
2 o'clock. We're not really taking pictures this time. We might take like 1 or 2 here, but we're taking them all at the boat. All at the boat. That's why we have to be here at 2. Okay, because we gotta leave. We're leaving like right at 2:30. So if you're running late, don't be here past 2:30 because we're not gonna be here. You gotta be on time. We're leaving at 2:30 because the buses. He told you about the buses, right? Okay, the buses can only go like 55, 60 miles per hour. Something he did not mention. On the bus, everyone needs to listen. Certainly, if you're going to spring formal, you got to turn around, Jose. You shouldn't be talking anyways, unless I need to move you. Okay. You have to have a mask on the bus for Morongo. Okay, that is not our rule. It's their buses. That is their rule. Okay, you have to have a mask. You all got a waiver or whatever, permission slip to go on the buses. If that's not signed, you also can't go. Again, they're allowing us to use their buses. We have to go by their rules. Mask on the bus. Okay, got to have the paper signed. If it's not, you can't go. Okay, we'll have masks if you forget, like usual. Try not to forget it. If I was a girl, your makeup's done, I'd maybe try to find like a more comfortable mask or something that's not as tight to the face. But you have to have a mask or face shield, anything like that. Yes, sir. On the boat. So this is what I was told. Again, this is my first year too. I'm just as new as all of you guys. Okay. As far as I know, make sure your phone's not out. I will take it. Put it away. Okay, for the boat, obviously if you're taking pictures, which that's mostly what you're doing on the boat anyways, no mask. Okay, when we're eating or sitting down, no mask. But if you're around like workers on the boat and stuff, you need to have a mask with you and you have to put it on if there's people around. That's the rule of the boat. Yes, sir.
So if I just go around, then I just do that.
Yeah, so whether it's in your pocket or something, yes. There you go. Well, hold in your hand. It's not hard. All right, any other questions? So basically just be present, have a fun time. If you are negative, you will ruin it. Just be positive. You make whatever event. To school? Yes. Why would you not have to wear your uniform to school? So, yes, sir, Tyler. No headphones. But you can't have your phones. Yes, you can't have your phones. Yes. Because it's a school rule not to have headphones at school. So why would you think it'd be allowed on the bus? Because
We're not in school and it's not school property.
it's a school event. Guys, come on now. You guys are asking dumb questions right now. All school, it's a school activity. All school rules still apply. There you go. Is that good for you? Is that good for you? You don't need headphones. Because if you're using headphones, you're probably listening or doing something you're not supposed to be doing anyways. There you go. Again, Because some of the music you listen to probably we don't support or want other people to listen to, because not everyone has the same standards. For us at school, we have a universal rule. Hey, no headphones. There you go.
What was the
Yes, we can. You signed up. Your parents pay to go here.
What was the unspoken?
It was the buses. It was the buses. So we don't have to take these buses. I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I know. Those are trash.
That's a big deal.
What's the unspoken?
Okay, that's negative.
He just
It's the
said-
buses. That's a big deal. Okay, again, I don't know how much he explained it. Would you rather take that bus? No AC, probably old, probably packed, probably hot. Okay, these buses I believe are both AC. They're both large. We not only have one, we have two, so that means only 25 to 30 people will be on each bus, so there'll be plenty of space.
So I can take a nap.
You can take a nap, dude. You can take a nap. Any other questions? We gotta start the notes. Shh. Everyone quiet. If you have a question, you rate a serious question. I don't want to hear any more dumb ones. Cody. Shh. Okay, if you have a question about the spring formal, please ask now. Yes, sir. Orange. They're both orange. They're like all other school buses. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I did that to Mr. S. I called him a ma'am earlier. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have assigned seating or can we sit anywhere?
You can sit anywhere, but there are rules that I was told yesterday. There are rules.
So there's no assigned seating?
They'll be set on the bus or before we get on the bus. Yes, sir.
How long will it be there and how long will it be?
Given the buses we aren't driving, they have two drivers. They probably won't go over 60 because that's what school buses are supposed to be limited at. So it's probably going to take us like 2 hours to get there, 2 hours to get back.
How long will we be on the boat? Is it late?
From like 6 to 9:30 or 5:30 to 9:30, something like that. We're getting back at midnight,
You have a bedtime?
guaranteed. Any other questions before we start? Shh, Jose, you're not supposed to be talking. The only one talking are the people asking me questions. Shh. John. I believe so, yes. No headphones. No headphones. No. What? What? What did you say? There's no internet. On the bus, there's no internet. No. Unless you have hotspot. No headphones. No headphones. I don't know why it's a big deal.
Bring AirPods.
There's going to be rules on the bus. They'll be announced before we get on the bus.
Oh, us girls can wear
It won't be assigned seating, but there are restrictions, yeah. I was told them yesterday. Again, you guys are asking the wrong person. I'm the messenger. I just tell you what's going on. Yeah, I do. I do know everything. I do know your answer, but I can tell you. You want to know right now? You have to know right now? Okay, the rule is, what they told me yesterday, the rule is girls cannot sit by boys. You can sit across, you can sit behind, doesn't matter. Okay, you can sit right by them, does not matter, but you cannot sit in the same seat, obviously for specific reasons. Definitely not at night. You don't have to ask why. We all know why. Okay, not that it's bad. Shh. Not that it's bad, but it helps for nothing bad to happen. Okay? Cody, shh. Guys, quiet. I don't want dumb questions. You 7th graders are being dumb right now, so be quiet. I will send you to the office if you're done being annoying. Okay, that's the rule. That's what's happening tomorrow. Okay, you guys can sit wherever you want. Again, Morongo might change that. They might say, hey, people need to be in a certain seat, whether it's spaced out one. But as of right now, you guys can sit wherever you want, by whoever you want. Just no girls and boys in the same section. You can sit like on a bus. You have your two sections. One can be here, one can be here, one can be here, one can be here. You just can't be in the same little seat. Boom. Oh my goodness. If you really have a question about that, ask. I'll tell you later. All right. If you don't have common sense, there you go. You all know the answer. You all know why. Okay, so if you're asking why, I'm not answering right now. What? Motion sickness? I'll pat you on the back and I'll tell you you get better if you're on my bus. I can't really do anything for you. You can open a window if you're allowed to, but I don't know if you're allowed to. I don't know. Take Dramamine. That helps with motion sickness. They're drivers, Morongo, professional drivers, bus drivers. What? Then you probably shouldn't sit by him. You should probably sit somewhere else. So you might want to not sit by Joey. I'm just kidding. All right, we're going to start. If you have any more questions, ask me in study hall. No more stalling. We got to get through a lot of stuff today.
The other TV's not on, Mr.
I'll get it for you. Give me a second.
I'll turn it on.
I got it. All right. So again, Mia's coming, right? Jezreel, I don't think is coming, and Emily's not coming, right? I know Mia's coming though. I think she's the only distant learner that's coming. So Mia, just make sure you throw your name in the chat, which you usually always do. And then you're on here on time. We are leaving at 2:30. So if you're not here, either find your own ride or you just wasted $100 because we're not coming back to get you. No refund. Because that's on you, not on us. Because we've already paid for your meal. So your meal's still going to be there whether you're there or not. So I'll eat both our meals if you're not there. No, I don't even know what the food is. The only thing I know, I believe it's Italian themed. I believe. Like chicken. Like a basic chicken Italian dinner. Yes, sir. Hurry up. All right. Shh. If you guys really, if we were really to get food like that, it would cost a lot more.
I don't care. I'm a skater brother.
Where did we leave off on? 68.
Why? It's right there in the ocean.
It's a little blurry, I don't know why. All right, we're going to get started. Okay, we got to get through a lot of stuff. So everyone quiet at this time. No comments. Jose, face forward. Aaron, turn your chair around. So you're not leaning sideways, but you're sitting up straight. Yes, sir. All right, I have no idea, so ask that later. All right, we're getting started. No more questions. Yes, sir. Quickly. Dude, you got like 1 minute. Sprint there and back. 1 minute. All right, we got a lot to go through. Shh. So you guys got to listen. Okay, I'm not going to be going back to notes or repeating them multiple times. We got to go through them quickly because I took that time to do those announcements because that is important for tomorrow. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, we ended off with obviously what's going on in France at this time. Revolutions. It happens a lot in France. You'll find that out. Okay, but we are on a special day. Okay, we talked about the castle that they raided. Remember, okay, the people are revolting. They go and they free all these people at this castle fortress. Okay, basically like a castle prison. Whether they should have been in prison or not, the people went and freed them. Okay, but Bastille Day. Okay, this is a national holiday in France. It is celebrated as their Independence Day. So like our July 4th. Okay, this is their Independence Day.
They stole it from America.
Well, they were there a lot before America there, dude. Okay, August 4th, decrees. This is the renouncing. Again, I'm going through these quickly. I don't have a lot of time to expound today. I'm sorry. Okay, August 4th decrees. This is the renouncing of feudal rights by noblemen sympathetic to the revolution. Basically, these are people supporting the revolution. Okay, these decrees were allowed by the National Assembly, ending the Lord's privileges with the statement, feudalism was abolished. Okay, again, this is basically just a decree that the people announce. Okay, they vote on it, like, hey, we're going to do this, get rid of the idea of feudalism. The leaders of nobles leading, owning more land and everything. And we go with this note. Again, August 26, 1789, the French National Assembly adopted the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. It is proclaimed to the world known as liberty, equality, and fraternity. It became the slogan for the new regime in France. You want to know those 3 words? That may be on a quiz or test. Okay, so whether you highlight, underline, circle. Okay, the slogan for the new regime in France is what?
Liberty, equality, France.
Not France, fraternity. You will want to know at least 2 of those, I promise you. Everyone good with this one?
No.
Welcome back. Chase is smiling suspiciously. What do you do in the bathroom? You usually go to the bathroom. Okay, now we're going to see some differences, okay, between the revolution and the counter-revolution. Okay, there are a lot of them. First, we see many clergy. What are clergy? Okay, religious leaders, priests, popes, whatever. Okay, religious leaders. Okay, many clergy and nobility were not reconciled to their loss of wealth. Cody, kick the ball up here. You can get it after class. Or after study hall, I should say. Okay, many clergy and nobility were not reconciled to their loss of wealth and special privileges. Okay, emigrating to other countries, they plotted as known as emigres or emigres and traitors. Okay, no, I can't speak Spanish, so don't laugh at me, Jasmine. Okay, aiding and abetting foreign regimes to attack France and counter the revolution. Okay, we see the king's hostility made the people very suspicious of him. Again, did a lot of people really like the king or the ruler at this time? Okay, no, they're fighting for independence. That's the whole reason why there's a revolution. Okay, they want the power of the people. What? Doesn't even apply there, dude. Jose, put everything away. You're taking notes right now. You need 1, not 20. And we'll go with these? Obviously, you're not Jose. You have to get it from a friend. Got your notes? Where are they? You sure they're finished right? So if I check them for notebook check, it's going to be 100% perfect? Alright, we'll see. We will soon. Quickly write it down. Aaron, Jose, shh. No, you can wait. The box will be there after class. It won't disappear, I promise. Oh man. Okay, continuing with this. On October 4th, a hungry mob of women and revolutionary agitators raided bread stores in Paris and invaded the royal residence at Versailles. Basically, we're seeing a war or a revolution between what two groups of people? Did you just say American and French? Oh man. There you go. Peasants and royals, basically. Obviously, the clergy kind of has joined the peasant side of this. Okay, the nobility would be kind of part of the king side. Okay, we're seeing these people, whether they're starved, whether they're hungry, whether they don't have a lot. The nobles have most things. Okay, so we see now they're raiding the city of Paris. I'm not saying this is right. Two wrongs does not make a right. The king was mistreating the people, but now the people are raiding and doing all this stuff. Does not make it right. I mean, like I said, it doesn't completely make it right to steal, though. Does it allow stealing to be right?
Yes.
Move countries. I would move. That's a different class, though. That'd be like an elective biblical ethics class. Something else. That'd be a cool, interesting class to have. Biblical ethics. With your 2 feet. Guys, we're not going into this right now. We're not going into this right now. This would be an ethical thing. Yes, ethical. Like the difference between right and wrong. You don't even know what you're saying, Cody. Shh. Okay, Louis XVI and his family were forced to move to Paris where they could be watched more closely. Basically, they're like, hey, you're not safe anywhere else. Okay, people are already mobbing and raiding the city of even Paris. Okay, you're not safe anywhere else. You need to stay here right in the headquarters so we can watch you, protect you. Obviously, do the nobles want the king dead? Yes. No, they do not want the king dead because they're profiting off this whole situation. Okay, conservatives who at one time favored the revolution, okay, became disturbed by the action of the mob. See, does this make sense now? Okay, and began to drop out of the National Assembly and into what is known as the Counter-Reformation. Okay, so we had this Reformation, right? In the Reformation, it was good at first. Okay, they had good ideas like, hey, we want power of the people. We want it to be fair, right? That's how it started. Okay, but when, Aaron, I already told you, move your chair around, dude. You're not taking a nap. Okay, put your chair straight. Let's go. Let's go. Just like everyone else. Okay, but we see this revolution going on. Okay, not a bad thing. But then at the point when they started raiding, mobbing, okay, attacking, becoming aggressive, breaking laws, okay, that is the point where the revolution became wrong. And we're going to see a group of conservatism. Okay, conservatives, okay, going against this. People that, hey, maybe still follow the Bible, or people that had maybe higher moral standards, like, hey, this isn't right. Whether like we're being mistreated or not, it's not right for us to just go steal from someone else. Maybe that company of the bread store, maybe they're struggling too. Okay, it's not right for me to just go take because I don't have, or for me to do this in this situation from other people. Okay, now from the king, that'd be different, but from other people. So we see a group of people going against this. That's what is known as the Counter-Reformation. This is the difference between the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation. And we're good with these. Okay, the Jacobin Club. The Jacobin Club. This was so named because it met in an old Jacobin monastery. Okay, it's basically like an old townhouse. Like 4 walls, or a triangle type roof. Not all houses, some of them have more. Depending on the shape of them. Okay, but we see a basic just square rectangle building, okay, with just a normal basic roof. Okay, it's like an old building. Okay, this is where the Jacobin Club's going to start in this Jacobin monastery. The members wanted the revolution to go to extremes. This is going to be the extremists, the extreme revolutionists. Okay, the people that are like, hey, let's mob, let's steal, let's take, let's destroy. Basically, let's get rid of everything, abolish everything that there is that we don't like to get rid of the king and everything going on.
So do we have to eat lunch at home?
Self-explanatory. What?
That's what John's mind is.
Yeah, that's right. The Constituent Assembly. Yes, that is a word. If you don't know what it is, it's just a word, dude. Constituent Assembly. This is a new name for the National Assembly. Okay, again, the National Assembly was how the Reformation started, or Revolution started. It started behind the National Assembly. This was kind of like the people that organized everything. Okay, but now, okay, because they're kind of building a constitution, these are the people that still want to have law and order, but also power of the people. Okay, the Constituent Assembly, they devised France's first written constitution that was known as the Constitution of 1791. Okay, this was all started by the Constituent Assembly. It's just a word they use, a new word for their assembly. It's basically a group that came together to make a new constitution. No. Okay, the main institution of government was to be popularly elected. One house legislative assembly. This is where we're going to see first. Okay, do we have legislative government style in our country?
Yes.
Yes, we do have some of this. Okay, this is where it's all going to start, here in France. Okay, the main institution of government was to be popularly elected. Okay, where we elect representatives. Okay, into these different branches, a legislative branch that would make these laws. Obviously, they're going to improve this throughout time. France was to be a constitutional monarchy with a very weak king. Okay, basically meaning this. Okay, instead of the king ruling everything, they would still have a king. Okay, he would be like a face, a figure. Okay, but he wasn't the one that held the power. Okay, the law held the power. Okay, the laws that the people would vote on, these representatives, this legislative branch that would make. Okay, and they would basically just have the king to be there to decree it. Say, hey, this is what the law says. This is what the Constitution says. Okay, this is what a constitutional monarchy means. Okay, the Constitution gave the king only the very limited power of a suspensive veto. Okay, meaning this, if he didn't like something, he could say, hey, let's just suspend it. Let's wait on it. We'll talk about it later. He didn't have the power to say, no, I don't want to do that, or yes, let's do that. He just had the power, hey, let's suspend it. Let's talk about it a little bit more. Okay, the king could also slow down action by this legislative assembly, but not block it indefinitely. Again, he doesn't have power over this branch. He doesn't have power over the people anymore. Okay, under this constitutional monarchy. Okay, he would be there. He could slow it down. He could say, let's talk about it a little bit longer. He could stall, but he really had no more say or power. Okay, the king could no longer say, I am the states. Okay, there should be one more quote in there. Sorry, it should be quote, I am the states. Instead, he had to say, Louis, because all their names are Louis, by the grace of God and the Constitution, king of the state. Okay, basically saying, hey, I only get to be in this position because of God, okay, and I really don't get to do much, but I still get to be king. Okay, I still have the title, so thank goodness. But that's about it. Yeah, I'm not changing it yet. I'm not changing it yet.
You are.
I'm giving you time. We're going to try to get to 85. We're going to try. Do our best. It's 10 notes. It's not that many. If you guys are quiet when we go through them.
Take too long to explain that.
Don't pull it out to check the time. You know what. You guys good?
No.
I can't wait for Jose. And if you're going slow and not paying attention, I can't wait for you. Everyone else is done.
His handwriting me. Can you blame him?
3, 2, 1. Get it from a friend. Okay, the flight of Veronese. This is in July 1781. Louis attempted to flee France. Okay, he's king. Okay, but he can't really do anything. So you think he really wants to be king?
Yes.
No. Okay. He's like, basically, what's a king if I have no power? So he attempts to leave France to join the émigrés. No, I can't speak Spanish, so don't make fun of me. Nobles. I can't roll R's. Okay, and get help from foreign powers to restore the old monarchy. Basically his idea, hey, let's leave. Let me find some maybe people that still believe in the king, believe in monarchy, get them to support me. I'll let France just be a mess. This isn't going to work, and then I'll come back and be their savior. What's up? I'll have to check it later. I'll check it later. No, I understand the notes. I'll see what the book actually says. Okay, again, he's going to get people for help. He was captured in the town of Varennes, okay, and returned to Paris. Okay, he tried to leave. He wanted to get support, but he didn't make it that far. Basically, it's basically like a mockery to the king, if you think about it. He gets to be king, but he has no more power, even though this whole time he had all the power. So now they're like, no, you're staying in your spot with no power. You're going to suffer just like we had to. Even though he's still a king, he wasn't really suffering that much. Everyone good?
No.
All right, moving on. You have to get it from a friend. Okay, civil constitution of the clergy. This set up a church of France. Okay, a main church of France. Remember what was the church kind of before this? Okay, Catholic. We're not going to see that really change too much. Okay, it reduced the authority of the Pope. Okay, this is the only thing it is changing. Okay, in France, and made the church more subservient to the government than ever. The clergy was required to take an oath of loyalty to the new regime. Again, remember the two main people that were kind of working together to have complete power were the Pope over the church, okay, and the king over the people. Okay, we're seeing basically this constitution was saying, hey, you can still be the Pope, you can still be the priest, the religious leader, but you're not going to rule the church like you have been. Okay, this isn't for your benefit. Okay, this is, again, the church is for the benefit of the people, to teach them and allow them to grow in God. And obviously they want them loyal to the new regime, to this new style of government. Okay, the divisions in the National Assembly originated the now common political distinctions between right, center, and left. Obviously, depending on where people sat in the assembly room, this is what they were called. Okay, what do each of these mean? Right, center, and left. First, right. These were the people that were satisfied with the Constitution of 1791. They liked this idea of the Constitution of 1791. There's already a typo, so don't even tell me. I already see it on the bottom. Constitutino. It's a new word. It's a Spanish word, I guess. I'm just kidding. It's not a Spanish word. It's a typo. I'm just making up words, dude. Okay, the center was a group without any particular program or principles. Basically, these were the people that were like, I think I like the right side today. You know, they sound pretty good. But then maybe a different day or different thing they're bringing up, I think I'm going to go with the left this time. They were like the swingers. Okay, they would go side to side. They really didn't have a belief or a decision. Okay, you act like you haven't heard it 100 times this year. Okay, but that's what the center was. They didn't really have their stand of beliefs or their set of ideals. Okay, it's kind of just like whatever sounds good at the time. This would be the center. And then the left would be the young radicals who distrusted the king and were displeased with the Constitution of 1791. Obviously, even with this legislative style of government, okay, you need a balance. You need some people that believe in maybe the old stuff, okay, because some of the old stuff was good. You need people that have a new mind, a fresh mind that can help build, help grow. Why are you guys still laughing?
Funny.
Really, from that, you're still laughing? Yeah, I know, he's funny looking. I know. I'm just kidding, Aaron. All right, we see that going on in the center. They would kind of be both, a mixture of everything. Everyone have everything of this? Shh. Stop saying that. Because that's a real thing. You saying it so lightly is pretty dumb. Seriously, that means everyone, not just Aaron. Okay, the leaders of the left. Okay, these are going to be the men that are kind of going to lead the left. Again, we only have about 5 minutes. The goal was 85. We're almost there. Okay, the leaders of the left included the prominent Jacobins, which was just their group. That's why you should be not messing around with your stuff. Okay, here's your leaders. Jean-Paul Marat, Georges Jacques, or Jacques, or whatever you want to say in French, Danton, and Maximilien, I'm going to say this one wrong too, sorry, Robespierre. Okay, again, I can't speak most of the names properly because I can't roll my R's or anything. But I'm doing my best. What? What? You said something. It's said differently. It's said differently. Okay, these people urged, this is really the part you need to know. They urged for a crusade for universal liberty. Okay, peace between everyone, liberty for all. Okay, justice for all people. Okay, it doesn't matter what, obviously this wasn't really a race thing, but this was more like a status thing. Okay, it doesn't matter what a state you're in, okay, whether first, third, whether you're a clergy, nobleman, peasant, middle class, okay, there should be justice for all. Okay, those were some of the leaders. We will talk about a few of them. Okay, but on April 20th, 1792, the French National Assembly declared war on Austria. Okay, we basically see they form this style of government. It works. About a year later, we see them growing because we're going to start talking about a new ruler, dude. If you notice the last two words, if you can get that name, or not really a ruler, but like a dictator. Okay, the French National Assembly declared war on Austria. Prussia declared war on Austria as well, even though Prussia entered the conflict as an ally of Austria to begin with. This was the beginning of an important series of war that were later known as the Napoleonic Wars. Again, we're not going to talk about this completely in 7th and 8th grade, but in 9th and 10th grade, obviously it's basically like the same class, just not as broad, more specific. Okay, instead of talking about each country, you're actually talking about specific things, specific wars, specific people, more of ideas rather than countries. You need that last one? And that is the last note for today. So you guys just have to be patient. Just be patient. Just be patient. It's okay. When we have a quiz or test, it's just going to have the important stuff. The rest is the fluff. Study hall. There's only a couple minutes. All right, for homework tonight. Shh. There was going to be homework regardless. Tomorrow there is no homework. Okay, next week there probably won't be a lot of homework because we're probably going to have a quiz after we finish the chapter, and then we're just going to be reviewing for the final. Friday. I'm going to try to give plenty of time to review. We'll probably have Wednesday and Thursday to review. We should be finishing the notes on Tuesday. Final Friday. What? I'm about to say it. Homework for tonight, so everyone find your seats so you can write it down. Okay, this homework's gonna be kind of our last homework for this section. Okay, it's gonna be a little bit about the man we're gonna be talking about. Obviously not tomorrow, we don't have class, but next week, some of the battles he fought, the conquering he did. Page 260. Shh, everyone quiet, write it down. I'm not saying it again. So if you miss it and you don't do it, that's on you. Page 260, section review 18.6. 260, 18.6. There's only 5 of them. That is it. Are you guys kidding me? There's 5. Okay. 1 through 5, all. It is not hard. Okay, literally one of the questions was, who was the most influential man at the Congress of Vienna, and what was he called? You should already know because I mentioned his name multiple times. There you go. Yes, sir. For what? There probably is a few more because I didn't tell them everything. All right, again, discipliners, make sure you're here you won't be here for my class, but make sure you're at class on time tomorrow so you can come to the spring formal if you're coming. Let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you get all your work turned in on time, even though there's spring formal tomorrow, so I can get those grades in on time and you can get a good grade for that. I told you I'm not repeating it. You should have been listening. 260, 18.6, 1 through 5 all. Yes, sir. Stop. It's like 1 minute, then you can go. Are you going to survive that?
No. Like, do I need to know, like...
Yes, Ariana, you can go.